Checking audio. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have audio, so I think we're good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today we are building a game with no game engine. We're moving into the final phases of this whole project. As you can see, we have a small number of loose ends, nitpicks, little adjustments here and there. But really, it's pretty good. Any art that trickles in from here on out is just a bonus. Any songs that we add from here on out would be nice, and we'll see where we get with those. The Steam integration is done. There's nothing else I'm going to integrate. I do have to make a trailer video. I do have to build up a website. Those are not interesting problems to work on. Next week, we're going to do size optimization. And this week, we need to do the Doodad switching, which, where was that? Chalk and Chalk Eraser. Oops. This is out of date. Reload. We're grabbing this one. This is our today's task, actually. So if we go to the journal, which I need to update. Oh yeah, I can tell you what I did after hours because I'm not. I've misbehaved. I'm not misbehaving. It's trying to get things done that are not interesting for the stream. Let's just get our today set up. All right. So after hours, I added a sound for the rocket to engage. So if we go in here, you can see I added the sound to the library, and then in space, the only thing I added was underscore rocket sound. We set it up when we start up. So we say don't use scaled time and don't use, and then here's the file, the sound we added. And then here, if the key is, if the rocket shows the flames, and if the sound is not playing, then we play it, so that'll loop it effectively. If the rocket does not show the flame, and if the sound is playing, then we should stop the sound. So the sound is on when the visual's on, and off when the visual's off. So that's all I did. Basically, what, 6-7 lines of code off stream. So not a big deal, not a big deal. But that's the kind of things I'm doing at this point off stream. So if we go back to the old to-do list, okay. So I guess I didn't document this one, but Doodad for chalk plants. Add 2 more plant growing animations. There we go. So just little things to do. I've been slowly building up more words and quotes. So that'll be a thing that we add in. Again, off string doesn't matter. It's basically just adding to an array of strings. So it doesn't matter. It's not interesting code. This, me doing art, is not interesting most of the time. So these sorts of things will be off-stream tasks probably. This one will be a good task. Then we'll see how many of these loose ends we can get through today and tomorrow. So that's the plan. Let's see here. High priority. Let's break this up. Off-stream tasks. Stream tasks and as available. Yeah, we're actually getting down to the very end of all development. Oh. So if we get through this today, which shouldn't be too hard, tackle what we can here. And then tomorrow wrap up this list. That sets us up nicely for our optimization phase next week. So there we go. Nice, nice, nice. So I guess we just get started, right? So if we're going to go to GameContext, here and here, we have 5 chalk doodads. Five of them. And we're going to pull this out of GameContext and put them into GameScene. Okay, so that helps fix that. Context using doodads and this thing. That's it. Init game elements. Wherever the doodads are. We're basically going to do this here. GameContext use doodads. We'll do what setup we have to here. We're actually going to comment that one out. What other doodad stuff? Set bounds, that happens. GameContext use doodads. Okay. Start chalk doodad. Stop chalk doodad. Okay. And this is going to cause us a few problems we already know. So if, let's see here, switch underscore chalk doodad. We're going to simplify our lives a lot here. We're going to say case GameScene chalk doodad. We have ball. That works well. Bubbles. Archer. Doodad, space. And plants. And that should be it. Now I've decided we're not doing that. Start chalk doodads. Fix these with GameScene. There we go. And that is most of that work. In terms of moving that functionality. Use Doodads. It kind of doesn't matter actually at this point. Where is the airplane? Game context, use Doodads. With _Doodad. We're gonna make our processing a little more efficient. Yeah, that's fine. GameScene chalk Doodad ball. Archer. Space. Just do less processing per frame because we can. Doodad strengths. Okay. Okay, anything else we need? Doodad of the day. Oh yeah, that's clever. Okay. Render. We've been kind of cheating a little bit up till now. Update render enabled. Okay. Anything else I need to do here? So that moved all of the handling of the doodads inside the game scene. There's no more of that in game context. And that should be okay. So if we move memory around, we're doing this. Okay, next we need a piece of chalk and a chalk eraser. Those are going to be our two interactables that start things off. We're going to make it so when you click the chalk, we need to make 5 images, I guess. Seven images. Oh my goodness. Okay. We'll go fix those. Oh, I didn't put the word case in here. Sheesh. Okay. Oh, let one slip through. GameContext. This is just whatever. Oh, and that was also copy paste. So GameScene. There we go. Now, none of these should be coming up now. That is the error. Oh, static. No. There we go. That should fix that. Just make sure nothing crashes. Okay. Seems to work. Okay. I know what that probably is. Okay, so where we do the fade in with your start chalk doodad. It should be during startup only. Animate scene enter. We are not going to do that here. We're taking that out. So now there should be no chalk doodads showing up on the board. Okay, no chalk doodads. And what I want is a piece of chalk and an eraser right over here, I think. Which I guess means it's art time. Hey, C Films, doing good, doing good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing great. How are you doing? So here's a question for you. You're a film aficionado, big fan of theater, film, that sort of thing, cinema, I guess. What are the top movies people should watch? What are the ones you watch over and over again? Okay, let's see. That's all working okay. So I need to go to GIMP. You already said how you're doing. That's true. That's true. I do that with my kids though. Like, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. How are you doing? Oh, I'm good. How are you doing? I'll kind of go back and forth for a little bit. Okay. What are the best films? Best films. There's my GIMP. There it is. Background and doodads. Our doodads is actually getting a little full. We can make this work. Chalk and some kind of eraser or something. Okay, what I think I want is a rounded corners rectangle. Make it like 10 pixels. Make it 20 pixels high. Is that something about like that, maybe? Movies I say are must watch depends on the person I'm talking to. Okay. That makes sense. Then, different question. What movies do you go back to over and over again? What are the ones you keep watching over and over? I want a chalk color from white to gray. We want this to go linear. We want foreground to background. I want the top of the chalk lighter than the bottom of the chalk. So I think we draw the line this way. Need a layer for that. New layer. Chalk. Piece of chalk. Why it puts it there, I don't know. Now we get the gradient. Like that. I do have a general must-watch list. Okay. No, I'm always interested in some good recommendations. I will say I'm not a cinephile, but like I like, oh gosh, I don't know, a lot of older classics, I guess. Like, I mean, you know, Princess Bride. I like the original Star Wars trilogy, not special edition. Indiana Jones. You got your those are like for fun watching. If you want something more interesting, like do like some of the BBC Charles Dickens miniseries. I like some older movies, the old black and whites. You know, you got your Cary Grant and your Maureen O'Hare and you know, Fred Astaire and what's not. So those are pretty good. There's a movie called Hobson's Choice. I always liked that one. I mean, Life is Beautiful. Maybe one of the best films ever, but you can only really watch that so often. So I don't know, just trying to get an idea what things a cinephile likes watching, so expand my horizons a little bit. Okay. Don't want to expand from center. I think we want to do this. We're going to mark the end of the chalk there. I want a gray in between. Bucket fill. Entire selection. And then we want to add like an angle to it if we can. So let me think. If we chop an angle, maybe use the path tool. Selection from path delete. On my must-see list is Galaxy Quest. Okay, excellent. Back to the Future, fine. School of Rock, Night at the Museum, Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Okay, I've seen most of those. So I guess I'm not too far off. Maybe I'm overthinking this chalk piece here. It's identifiable as chalk, right? Yep, Galaxy Quest was great. I like a lot of the older Disney movies for my kids. It's got to be old. Back when Walt was still alive, or sometimes some of the, what was his name, Michael Eisner? Some of his were okay. So let's see, I have not seen Night at the Museum or School of Rock. I quite liked It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. That's an excellent movie. Dark Knight, yep. Be Kind, Rewind. Did not see that one. 50 First Dates have not seen. I mean, obviously the Lord of the Rings trilogy. We can pretty clearly skip the Hobbit trilogy by Jackson. Not worth. Yeah, Dark Knight is excellent. I would say most of the Marvel movies up to Avengers, I kind of faded off before what, Age of Ultron and Infinity War, so I'm not sure if they hold up as well, but quite good. Okay, it sounds like you have pretty good taste in movies, though, overall. You know, with respect to what I like, so maybe I need to give some of these ones I haven't watched a try. It's a movie called What's Up, Doc that I really liked. Barbara Streisand and What's His Bucket. That was great. King Kong is Peter Jackson's best movie. I have not seen that one. I've pretty much stopped going to movies by the time that one came out. I'm trying to think. Actually, I think it was The Hobbit Part 1 that kind of killed it. Okay, King Kong. I might have to give that one a try. Ooh, okay, let's see here. Chalk eraser. Comic, yeah. Well, like what was it, Godzilla 1? I heard that was an excellent movie all around, not just for like Godzilla fans. So I was like, oh, interesting. Once in a while, somebody does something unique, even with an established franchise, without breaking it. I'm not really a Godzilla fan, but Cruella, huh? Hmm. Well, I don't think that one's going to go on my watch list. I think the villain backstory is a trope that's a bit overdone these days. Like, it was clever when they did it with Wicked in the Broadway musical. Like, here's the backstory of why the evil person is evil. But I think it's just overdone nowadays. Everybody's trying to explain too much. It's like, well, so I don't know. I don't know if that one's going to go on my list. I'm not interested in villain backstories of established franchises usually. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being too judgmental. Maybe I should give it a try. Chalk eraser. No, there were some great old Disney movies like North Avenue Irregulars and Boatniks, and there's quite a few there that I quite liked. So let's see, a chalk eraser has typically got like the reddish background. It'll be muted because it's got chalk on it. Text. Ooh, huge. Ah, tool options. Cruella is like Maleficent meets the Devil Wears Prada. Yeah, Maleficent wasn't my favorite either for largely the same reason. It just didn't. I had no desire to meet the villain, which is probably my personal failing. Let's see here, chalk eraser. An eraser is a nice dark gray. Oops. That's what we wanted to do. Swap the order. Yep. Maleficent. So what is it that draws you to a movie? Is it the cinematography itself or the storytelling? Or like, I don't know what your criteria are. You're not a fan of Lord of the Rings. I do not like slow movies. Okay, so you like your action-packed adventure. You want it to be moving. Okay. So, like, Die Hard. Okay. So, Castaway was not your style then. Some of the Dickens BBC mini TV series probably not your style then. Okay. All right, good to know, good to know. So let's see here. Oh, come on. Why does it do that to me? I wonder if I need to just make this thicker. That seems a little better. Galaxy Quest is a great spoof movie. A lot of times not thought of as a spoof movie. Yeah, no, it's a great spoof. I love it. And while it's a spoof movie, it also told a good story, right? Like it managed to do both at once. You like the characters, you know their weaknesses, and it's a good story. The storytelling was excellent. The dialogue, character development, it's all excellent. And it's a super fun ride. I don't know, man. Castaway was a really good movie. Like, I don't know how. Let's see, I guess I merged down. Hmm. I want. Select this side. Bucket. And we're going to put a darker gray on the side. Or border. Nope. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I thought was going to happen. I think all we really want here grab this gray and go just a little darker than that. Actually, I drop her this one. Over this one. There we go. That looks a little better. And maybe all we do is we just add a little bit lighter pixels right here along the edge. Good enough? Okay, let's do a little text here real quick. White, Forte, 120, no, let's go 45, just see what happens. Eraser, that's too big. 32, 24, that looks about right. Eraser. I like movies with lots of twists and turns. Okay, let me think. Twists and turns. What have I got? Twist and turn related. Adam Sandler movies, 50 First Dates. I have not watched that one. Okay. Good story. Okay, okay. Not like a huge Adam Sandler fan, so it's not like I checked out all of his movies, but if it's a good story, then I might watch it. I like story and character development. That's good stuff. If you want a movie with, I don't know if it's lots of twists and turns, but you should watch Oscar with Sylvester Stallone. And the reason I like it is because Sylvester Stallone, it's like his best acting role. It's a great one. Oh, pardon me. There's a lot of twists and turns and things unexpectedly happen. It's great fun and it's hilarious. It had some good actors in it too. It had Sylvester Stallone. It had oh gosh, what's his name? Tim. Shoot. 1991 comedy crime. Where is it? Sylvester Stallone. What am I looking for here? That's the top cast? That doesn't look right. Where's the daughter? Oh, here we go. Marissa Tomei, whatever her name is. She's in there. She's hilarious. Tim Curry, that was it. Good heavens, why could I not think of the name Tim Curry? Anyways, Oscar, great movie. 50 First Dates. All right, I might have to check it out. Might have to see. Does an eraser need anything else? Maybe if we do like a black border. That's the kind of thing they'd put on an eraser, right? Okay, let's see here. Let's get a paintbrush. Black. We can leave this as a hard edge, I think. 2. And then stroke selection. Nope. Let's go 3 pixels wide. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. We're going to merge all these down. And then layer to content. Good enough. I like movies that feel new, fresh, and original. Watch Oscar, you'll like it. Good School of Rock is my favorite Jack Black movie. Great family movie. Yeah, I've seen it around. I never, I don't know, I missed it, I guess. I never prioritized watching it. School of Rock. Okay, so 50 First Dates and School of Rock. Those are two on my list, and King Kong. That's right. Okay. There's an old movie. It's a comedy. It's hilarious. What's Up, Doc? The dialogue is so tight, so fast, so well delivered, straight faced. Oh, it's so good. It has Barbara Streisand in it. I don't know of anybody else in there that would be a big name these days, but man, it was funny. Okay, so I think we're gonna call that good for now. Ooh, oh, what? There we go. Do this. Everything's here that needs to be. Okay, so we export that. That's going to take a second. All right. Then I need to hide the sprite related ones. For now, space, twinkle star sprites, plants. We can hide all those sprites. Then we can export UVs from layers. Background and doodads. Boom. Okay. That should be it for GIMP work for the minute. Movie with a great story is The Intern. Do I know that one? 2015 comedy drama. Anne Hathaway and De Niro. Okay. 70-year-old widower Ben Whitaker discovers that retirement isn't all it's cracked up to be. He becomes a senior intern at an online fashion site. Interesting. Okay. Interesting premise. I can see it. An intern at 70. That interesting. Yeah. Oh, oops. I did that wrong. UVs. Reload. Images. And we do this. Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't have my collection in front of me, but I would say it's a mad world. It was great. Let's see here. Let me write up these notes here. So let's see. I need the intern. 51st dates. I'm gonna make sure these are in my browser so I don't forget them. School of Rock. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then you said also intern. Oh, Real Steel. Yeah, I watched Real Steel. King Kong. King Kong. That was the 2000. Is that the 2005 one? Peter Jackson. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I recommend. And yeah, Real Steel I watched. I quite liked Cinderella Man. That's based on a real boxer. Real Steel is based on a short story. I read the short story as well, and the movie is not very much like the short story, other than the robots box. So there's Oscar. I highly recommend Oscar if you need a laugh, or this one. It's a mad world. I recommend those two. Those are quite good. Yeah, Real Steel was all right. It was fine. It was good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you like westerns, or some of the old westerns are pretty good? There's one I like. My wife doesn't get it, but I like the story, even though the movie itself is like tonally very inconsistent and off-putting in some ways. The story itself I thought was very original and fun. That's more of a style thing. I think it should be remade. That's what I think, with a more consistent tone. Princess Bride is always a classic. I'm trying to think. I mean, I also just like the old original Star Trek. Next Generation was pretty good. Are you into TV series as well, or are you mostly into movies? You have any good TV series I should watch? I liked, what was it, like Prison Break was good. Um, Librarians was kind of fun. Leverage was good. Watch TV shows. Any good ones? I'm trying to think. Actually, I was shockingly surprised at how good One Piece was. That was a decent adaptation, I thought. What am I doing? I just embedded those. So, GameScene. Where the doodads are? Here we are. Chalk doodad. Texture quad underscore piece of chalk, and a texture quad for the chalk eraser. Do you like Karate Kid? The newer TV show, Cobra Kai or something. The old Karate Kid was corny, but it was about learning some self-discipline. That was pretty good. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I wouldn't say it was great, not like a classic that I'd watch over and over again, but if somebody's like, "Oh, let's watch Karate Kid," I'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine. We can do that." Cobra Kai. I've heard that. I watched some clips. It looks like it has some interesting drama and character development in it. And they didn't like go out of their way to preach. Like both teachers had things to teach their kids, even if they disagreed on what the kids needed to learn and how to teach it. So that was good. Big Bang Theory. Seen a couple of those. Didn't watch a lot of them. Okay. Yeah, I'm not as big a TV watcher. Actually, I'm more of a book reader than a movie or TV watcher. So maybe that's why I like some of the slower shows or slower movies, like Lord of the Rings or Castaway was a very slow roll. Great sci-fi TV show is Terra Nova. Okay, looking that up. Terra Nova. 2149 planets dying, transported back to prehistoric. Okay. Colony of humans to start over. Alright. Well, I've seen that guy's face before. He was the bad guy in Avatar, right? Stephen Lang. There we go. Okay. Alright. He was probably the best part of Avatar, even if his character was poorly written. The actor definitely got into the role and had fun. Terra Nova. Okay. It's on my list. Got a tab open. Leverage was a good TV show if you want something episodic. It was like a heist show. Not all the seasons were equally good, but even the worst season, which I think was season 3, had some really good episodes in it. So you kind of can't skip the lame season. I haven't bothered with the new Leverage that they rebooted. I tend to not do reboots very well. Or most adaptations either, for that matter. Okay, let's get this laid out. Width and height. Image warehouse. Get UV size of chalk UV into width and height. Then width equals number scale width and height. Set UV to chalk UV. Set rectangle Stephen Lang is great in Terra Nova. Yeah, he seems like a solid actor. Only 13 episodes. That's not very long. Did they only get one season? That was 2011. Huh. Did they complete the arc? A lot of TV shows I see these days are waste their first season. Or they use up all their creativity on season 1 and then spend the next 3 seasons wasting everybody else's time hoping to refine the magic. But if they did a good arc in 1 season, I'm down. Okay. They have it marked down next to Defiance, which was Revolution. Okay, okay. Well, we will have to see how much free time I end up with around the holidays here. Rectangle 0, 0, width and height. Erase UV. I should write myself some convenience methods around some of this stuff, but erase UV. Do layout. So I want to make these children of the chalkboard. It actually gets a little bit complicated. Revest. Good afternoon. How are you today? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're just talking C Films and I about films, TV shows, that sort of thing. I've got a few tabs open now. Things I should follow up on. Upload. Was that the one where the guy's mind was being taken over? Nope, that's a different one. Okay. Upgrade? Maybe it was upgrade or upgraded or something. After his premature death, man's consciousness is uploaded into a virtual world. So this is like Repo Man. Oh, questions about his death arise. Okay, all right. Upload. Robbie Amell. I'm trying to think if there's anything of his I've seen that I actually liked. Like, Code 8 was not my favorite. It just didn't seem to do anything. The Tomorrow People I've not seen. Arc. Arc wasn't bad. That was fine. That's a little time travel loop thing. I guess I haven't watched Code 8 Part 2. Simulant? I don't remember watching Simulant, so maybe I don't know. Upload. Okay, all right. Sounds nice. I missed your stream yesterday. It feels good to be back. Good to have you back. Good to have you back. Yeah, we're just building it up to switch between the doodads now. So what have you been up to there, Javest? Still working on web pages. You were switching over from CSS to JavaScript last time I talked to you for one of your projects. Chalkboard. Chalkboard's in here somewhere, so let's go to GameScene. Background, the table. Chalkboard before table. This is where we need to put it. Underscore chalkboard needs to be able to handle 2 children. There we go. Underscore piece of chalk and oops. Chalk eraser. Getting ahead of myself here. There we go. And then chalkboard. Add child underscore piece of chalk. And chalk eraser. There we go. Okay. So when the chalkboard animates, the chalk and the thing will be part of that. And they won't fly around like everything else in the scene. So we have to render them and put in their position. the chalkboard. Chalkboard here. I hope you enjoy the movie and TV recommendations. Absolutely. Sounds like I've got plenty to work with here. I think stories are good to share. Good food and good stories. I made some homemade caramel on Monday night, so I was up really late. But it turned out pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna let it cool and then dip it in chocolate. There's nothing better than homemade caramel. So good. Although that right there was a bit of fudge. My wife makes some really good fudge. Super tasty. What is the story of our game? Of this game? Well, there's no real story. It's just a puzzle game, so if we run it, it's just word deduction game, that's all. So you can deduce what the letters are in your word. T or A. It's A. F or G. So it's maybe something like, no, it's an F. Lands. Anyway, so no real story here. If you're talking about the story of why I'm building it, why do we need to solve the puzzles? Because it's a challenge, because it's there. Because there are 3 different game modes. One where you try to be the fastest, one where you try to go the furthest, and one where you try to do it in the least number of guesses. Not everything is a story. Like, yeah, there are definitely some things that are not story related. You're just in school trying to guess the right word. The next game might be a little bit more story involved. We started with something small and simple, so we don't get too distracted. You have to start off picking small projects and build up the skills and the tools and the code base. And then the second game will be more interesting. And then by the third game, we're going to start doing some interesting things. So that'll be fun. Okay, where was I? Okay. I need to put the piece of chalk somewhere. And the chalk eraser needs to go somewhere. You said you like stories, so that's why I asked about the game story. Yeah, in this case, no story related to the game. Some games are like that, some are more abstract. I'm trying to think. Like, I have a couple of little puzzle games I quite like that were basically little hexagon tile puzzle games. No story, they're just fun little puzzle. Yeah, the next game or 2 will get more and more interesting on the stories, I think. Maybe not the next game, maybe the one after that. But certainly by the 3rd game for sure. We've been working at this game for 5-6 months, solo dev. All I get is some artwork, about half of it's mine, half of it's from someone helping me, and the music. Everything else I've done myself. Not much time for story. And not all, even story games, like, here's a question about games. Gaming philosophy, I guess. Is your game there to tell a story or to allow your player to experience a story? and kind of create their own, right? It's kind of the difference between like an open sandbox versus a railroaded game, right? Like Ori and the Blind Forest, right? They have a lot of game, like it's a good story, but they're there to tell it to you. You experience the story by going through the steps. But obviously, like an MMO is much more about the character's journey than about the actual quests necessarily. Tetris Wars was a puzzle game with a story. Yeah, you can do that. You can get a little of both. I just haven't thought of story for this one. This is more of an homage to an old game I played in the early 1990s. Chalkboard width. Let's see, the piece of chalk should probably be on the left. People tend to go left to right. Okay. If we do this, chalkboard width minus underscore chalk eraser rectangle dot width. And we'll add the margin to that. We're going to go to chalkboard height minus underscore chalk eraser. Wow. Oh, underscore. There we go. That would help the autocomplete if I typed right. Rectangle.height. No, so far the only story about this one is the story of myself and why I decided to do this one. Played a game called Cross Math and it has no story. Yeah. I mean, like chess. Chess doesn't have a story. It's just there are two armies fighting, period. There's no backstory. Just go forth and fight. Now, there are fighting games nowadays that do have backstories for their characters. Why does this one hate that one, etc., etc. But a lot of the times, not necessary. So here's the deal. This will have some constant offset, and I don't know what that is. So let's just start with 25 and see how that goes. We're going to explore our way to the right values instead of trying to math it. So here we're going to start with the underscore chalk eraser dot rectangle dot width dot x. So that goes to the left edge of the eraser minus the piece of chalk width. And we'll just take the same, well, we can't take the same y. Piece of chalk rectangle and some constant. Okay. On render, chalkboard, piece of chalk, and the chalk eraser. Okay, we're going to try this. We're going to do a, let's do a full clean. Why not? It's going to take us a minute. Oh. But like Slay the Spire, I guess there's kind of a story to it, but it's really not much of a story. You're just there to solve the rooms. I quite like that game. Then you have more, well, I'm trying to think of games that let you build your own story. There aren't that many. Most of them are trying to tell you one. Even the ones that have player choice matter often only have really 2 or 3 stories to explore depending on your choice, and it's really not you creating the story. Probably the open world sandbox games are the more are closer. So like they have the space exploration ones where sometimes you become a pirate, but you choose that, right? You can choose to shoot everybody and steal their stuff, or you become a miner or a trader, or you like a delivery man, getting rare things and flying from one point in the galaxy to another. So that's probably the closest to a generative story. But modern branching storylines just means there's n endings to explore, but you don't have much choice other than to pick which ending. I think games are a great way to tell a story, but I'm not sure we've figured out how to generate a story with the player very well. It is an interesting idea, but I don't yet have the time or the skills or the tools to do that exploration. We have figured out graphics, we have figured out interactivity, but generating a story that has meaning and impact, that's a tough one. I don't know how you would do it. I've done some reading on different storytelling techniques and story structure and so forth, but I don't think I have the knowledge, because there are elements of storytelling that are, I don't know, it's people know the theories, right? Chess is a war game with two players playing two different teams, so which player can outmaneuver the other to capture the king. Yep. But there's not much story there. It's here's the situation and here is the resolution. The only question is which one wins. Does that make sense? So the story is thin at best. Or, like backgammon. There's no story there. Checkers, not really a story there. Maybe backgammon would have been it has a theme. Yeah, war game theming makes sense. It's not really a story. I don't feel like it's a story. The problem with storytelling is like if you chess has more story than checkers. No, they're about the same. It's kind of a war story, right? A war scenario, capture the others. Go is perhaps even more deep story wise than the other two, than chess or checkers, because you're also controlling territory. There's this is about controlling territory, which often does not have much to do with capturing soldiers or eliminating soldiers. So it's more about positioning and control over head-to-head combat. Although maybe that's less story because you don't have a king to capture. There's no single point of failure from a leader, right? Which chess does have. I don't know. I guess you could argue there's some story elements. But I mean, what's a story? Usually you define a story as character, challenge, plot, series of events, and how the character responds to them. In that case, chess is probably stronger storytelling than Go or checkers, because you have characters with names and differing weaknesses and strengths. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought that deeply about it, I guess. This sound warehouse is brutal. We're going to have to shrink that. Conflict and resolution. So, darts. Conflict. Who can earn more points? Resolution. You got to throw them. But there, maybe the story is more interesting because rather than throwing things at each other, you're saying, I could do this to you, but let's do it on a fake target and keep points instead of putting each other's eyes out. I don't know. And even the definition of game is very, it varies quite a bit depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Game versus story, they overlap, but they also kind of don't. Is darts a sport? I would classify darts as a game, not a sport. Kind of like golf. I don't count golf as a sport. I count it as a game. Because there's no direct interaction between the players. But that's just me. Have issues. Oh, all right. I know what that is. That's because I can't type. So I should fix those. Add child. We need to give it the address. Move to. Need more parentheses. There we go. I mean, I think of sports as you have to directly interact with your opponent. So, ping pong, basketball. Wrestling. That sort of thing. Okay, in theory, chalk and eraser should show up somewhere. Hey, there they are. And that's actually shockingly not that bad. Huh. Okay. I've seen worse. Okay. Lucky game. Are video games a type of sport? I would say sport has to have a physical component. Video games don't have that. So in that case, video games is more like chess. Yes, you directly interact with your opponent, but there's no physical component. Now, chess boxing, that's a sport. But I don't know. I have mixed feelings about chess boxing. So I think of sport as a subset of game. Sort of things that are games that are physical, that are not sports, like golf or darts. And there are physical activities that are not games that interact with an opponent, not an opponent, but so like maybe dance is not a game. I don't know if I would count dance as a sport. There are some very, very skilled dancers, but there's no opponent with whom you directly interact. Unless it's a dance-off, I guess. But that's not a direct interaction with your opponent then. That's just back to the, I don't know. Yeah, interesting. I don't know, maybe I haven't thought enough about the distinctions that I subconsciously or semi-consciously maintain. Okay, so we're going to close that. We're going to go to our layout. This chalkboard has a width. Slate X plus slate width. Is that what I want? Slate X plus chalkboard slate width. So that might help. The piece of chalk I think is fine. This one though, the height needs to come down a bit because that piece of that eraser is thicker than the piece of chalk. So maybe we come up a few fewer pixels. Are video games a type of sport? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Okay, that eraser just needs to come forward a little bit more. I may want to put a shadow. Nah, we're gonna ignore that for now. Oh, but we need those to fade. Good to know. Okay, that's it for putting those in. Let's make them clickable. Did I make that a thing in texture quad? I don't think so. That's right, we can do it elsewhere. GameContext, use doodads. Then we render these two. Otherwise, we do not. Actually, there we go. Texture UV child. Probably unimportant, but whatever. Okay. Mouse press handler. if use doodads, and if it's a right click button, if m underscore piece of chalk contains screen point xy, I'm going to do something else. Chalk eraser contains the screen point. We'll do something else, which would be stop chalk doodad. Start chalk doodad. That's not quite right yet, but it's okay. It'll just work with the ball right now. We need one more stage in between here. Okay, right click. There's our ball. Okay, and the eraser hides it. Chalk shows it. Eraser hides it. Okay, we are partway there, sort of, kind of. Let's see here. Display chalk eraser on chalkboard. Display chalk and eraser on scene load exit. That's something we will have to do. What else do we have to do? And we'll right click chalk and eraser. Show menu to select which doodad. There we go. Okay, so we got this one done. Other things fade out. Doing that. Let's save our work here. removed all chalk doodad selection logic into GameScene out of GameContext. Added chalk and eraser art. They display on the chalkboard. Right click on chalk and eraser to respond. Okay. Let's save our work here. Hit add all of this stuff. Seems fine. I don't know why it feels like it's later than it is. We've been going for an hour and a half. Hit commit -m. Added chalk and eraser to GameScene. Good enough for now. All right, let's go do the fade in out. I don't like the way it looks right now. It's distracting me. Scene exit. Finish level. Wait for that to finish. Table moves off the screen. Bookshelf. So the table goes down, the bookshelf shuffles over, the background zooms out. The chalkboard does a whole zoom thing. This is kind of independent of all of this other stuff. Let's see here, action sequence. We do it with 2 elements, right? Animation. Oh, interesting. Our doodads. Just need to be disabled right away, huh? Okay. Oh, we'll have to deal with that in a minute. Because there's a whole thing about loading in and unloading a doodad, which we'll have to get to. Alright, let's just do this. Let's get an animation for now. And we'll have to... Okay, so let's write a note in the Sleuth journal. Fix doodads. Exit animation versus non-animation. Chalk doodads on show should initialize or state that is currently initialized in init elements or set bounds. Okay, so we have to do that. That's fine. Okay, animation set duration. I don't know, half a second. Set range from 1 to 0. applying it to this thing, float alpha, given that we need to do underscore piece of chalk dots. Do I have set alpha? I don't. Letter C equals underscore piece of chalk dot color, with current color. C dot alpha equals 255 times alpha. We can just do it here. Alpha and set our color. And do the same thing for the eraser. There we go. All right. In our sequence, set play animation in step 0. For which we immediately disable them. M underscore piece of chalk enabled equals false. And underscore chalk eraser enabled equals false. All right, is that it? These animations do it this way. Otherwise, you just do that. Yeah, a couple different options here. So that should be on the scene exit. On scene enter, okay, chalkboard. Oops, no. If GameContext use Doodads, we're doing that. Action sequence equals enter get action sequence. Set play animation of 0 animation. You know, let me just get action. Set play animation. Just make our lives easier, right? Okay. If not, there's nothing to do. If we go from 0 to 255, these things happen outside the animation. Set up the initial condition. There we go. All right, anything else? Anything else? Chalkboard. I actually want this to fire after the chalkboard is in place. So where does that happen then? Let's background, bookshelf, table. I'm going to think about that for a second. Chalkboard. So close. I think what we need action sequence star subsequence get action sequence with 2 elements in it. Subsequence start animation. Subsequence 1. Play this animation. And this one set start subsequence alt subsequence. So play that animation. Then we fade this thing in. We don't have to wait for that. Anything else? Okay.
All the way away. I don't mean thrown in.
Oh.
Go potty.
Let's see how it looks.
Go potty.
Because we are gonna move that one down. And we basically need like a little on chalkboard menu. Okay, so what we're gonna watch for is the chalkboard's gonna zoom in, and then the chalk and the eraser should fade in. Zoom, fade. It did. Fade. Zoom. I actually feel like it should wait for just a scotch. Right now it zooms out, and then they appear immediately. I want a short break. I also think I do need to put a little bit of a shadow under the eraser. Maybe the chalk as well. Yep, you have to look at it. Okay, so we're actually very close. Subsequence 3, subsequence, set a short wait at 0.25 seconds. Doesn't really matter that much. Then this one, 2. That's it. Okay, so that does that. Fade it in and out. So that's much better. Show menu to select which doodad is the thing we have to do. Find a menu. Let's go to GIMP. I need 5 of these. So if I can get on the right window, I need 5 little interactables about the size of the eraser height. So how big is the eraser? Let's see. It's 49. Let's go 48 by 48 then. New layered group. Chalk Doodad menu. New layer. Chalk Doodad menu ball. We want 48 by 48, I think. So 2048 is 2000, but then we need to lose one more pixel there. Okay, then we go down 48. 49. Another thing we may want to do. Well, I think we've got enough room. So 49 plus 48. 49 plus 48 is 97. And 98. 98 plus 48, 146. And 147. 147 plus 48 is 195. 195. 196. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more? Okay. 196 plus 48 is 244. That's the last one. So that should give us our full menu, I think. So this one we crop to 48 by 48. Duplicate 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Move the active layer 3, 4, and 5. There we go. All right, ball, bubbles, archer, space, and what's the last one? Was plants. Okay. Rectangle, radius 5, that's probably fine. I kind of want to do this, where I come in 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. White brush. We're gonna get that grunge brush back. We're gonna say 6 pixels wide. Then we're gonna stroke selection. We're just gonna put a border around all of these. I think that's the right thing to do. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oops, not that one. Stroke. And now it gets easier. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. All right, last one. That's not the right one. That's space. 2. There we go. All right, 48 by 48 pixels. Now, ball should be somewhat simple. Just be able to steal the ball itself, I think. Chalk ball. Duplicate layer. Move the active layer, which should be the copy. Put that there. Layer scale. We'll make it 32 by 32. That's fine. Okay. Bucket, white, similar colors. Ooh. Yikes. Huh. Well. Fill the whole selection. Oh, we can do this. We can do colors, hue, saturation, lightness. Boom. Probably good enough. Okay, let's go get the bubble. Duplicate. Move. Layer scale. Let's put that down to like a 16. Very nice. We'll just put like 2 or 3 of these guys in here. Layer, duplicate. Maybe 4 of them. Duplicate. Scale down to like 8. Maybe more. Who knows? Oh, these all need to be up here, though. There's 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's merge this down. This one is the small one. Duplicate, move. There we go. That's probably good enough. All right, merge, merge, merge. There we go. All right, Archer. Oh, yeah, we gotta steal that from somewhere else. Let's go steal a picture of an archer. I think I want one of his walk cycle, like this one. Let's see, walk right. Archer, Robert. King, Styles, notebook, clock, picture. Oh, Robert. That's fine. We just need to get Robert any which way we can. So let's go, we don't need this. Move down. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Maybe that. Okay. Copy. Paste. Oh, come on. Edit. Copy visible. Paste. There we go. 2 new layer. Scale layer. The biggest one needs to be about 32, 36. That's not bad. Actually, that's not half bad. Make them a little bit more transparent. We could oof, why? Foreground color, fill type, fill selection, no, fill similar colors. Yeesh. Fine, we'll just leave them like that. It'll be fine. Actually, I'm a little bit puzzled by my fill selection threshold, sample merge, diagonal neighbors. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. Okay. Whatever. Because now we need just merge down space. Oh, no, we need the rocket. Where's my rocket? Rocket. We're gonna get this rocket. So that's rocket on. Duplicate. Move. There we are. Okay. Ball, bubbles, archer, space. All right. Rocket. It shall be 36 or so scale. Image. Not image, layer. Transform, arbitrary rotation. If we just go to 45, minus 45, rotate. Okay. Then we take all the color out of it and we brighten it. merge down. Probably good enough. Plants. Let's see if I turn on this thing. You can just steal the last tulip. Duplicate layer. Put it up somewhere. Where is it? Thanks. There we are. Okay. Layer scale. 36. In here, colors. Take out all the color, crank up the brightness. There we go. Okay. Not too bad. This little guy, down, is making me a little bit sad that I am not really matching these colors very well on this dude. So if I take this dude, which is the archer, duplicate, select everything, delete. Select my dude. Bucket. Oh. Bucket fill selection. I'm gonna make it a multiply. There, now he's darkened. We got grunge size 3. No, actually, layer colors. No, I don't. Let's merge that down. Then we lose the colors, right? Actually, just hue, saturation, bonk, bonk. Good enough. He still looks darker, lighter than the others. Okay, so we do need to do this stage then. Duplicate, delete. Wow. Okay, GIMP. Lame. Bucket fill and multiply. That looks about right. And then merge down. Okay. Phew, I think that's all of the pieces we need for the next stage graphically. Oh, okay. We keep using this one texture more and more efficiently. So if we turn on black, we'll be able to see reasonably well that we know what those are. Cool. Good enough. All right, so we have to turn on all the sprites. So space has one, that's the twinkle star sprites. Planting has one, that's the plant sprites, which we have. Save, export image. Perfect. Then we turn off the sprites. So plant sprites goes away. And the twinkle stars goes away. So we can export the UVs. Looks good. Let me turn our sprites back on so we don't forget them in the future. And save. Okay, I think we're done with GIMP for today, actually. Good, good. So we go to UVs, we'll reload it. Then we go to images. Rebuild this. Missing anything? Okay. Re-embed our image data. Ah. Okay. GameScene. Way down here, we need texture quad underscore Doodad menu ball. Bubbles. Archer. Face and plants. Also need a boolean underscore chalk. Doodad menu visible. Those are all things we will need. Oh, and I'm just about out of water. Oops. Definitely not. Okay. So on render, if we are using doodads, if the thing is visible, then we render all of these. Okay. All right, we're getting close here. Okay, so if underscore chalk doodad menu visible. Doodad menu visible. False. Otherwise, we stop whatever the current chalk doodad is, which is easy enough. Actually, chalk doodad menu visible equals true. That's not quite right, but it's fine. To do fade in, to do fade out. Okay, then we need this. All right, I'm gonna start chalk doodad. Equals GameScene chalk doodad fault show chalk doodad or start chalk doodad. Bool click equals false. Click equals true. Start chalk doodad. Yeah, clicked. We clicked one of the boxes. We start it and fade out. There we go. Okay, so we got ball, we got bubbles, we got archer, we got space, and we've got plants. Oh, is that it? We have not set up any of those given a position or anything like that, but it's okay. We'll get there in a second. The Master Lich, do you use LSP? No, I do not. No LSP here. That's the language server protocol for the interested parties. It basically means you have your editor running here, and then something else, a different process, is grinding away on your code base. So as you type, it's sending that text over to something else to look at it. Then the LSP keeps track of, what the names of the symbols are and where they can be found and how to, all the different, structure of the program that you're typing as you type it. And then it feeds information back to the editor as you type about things you might be interested in. Interesting tool, but by the time they came around, I was pretty comfortable with the way I'm programming. I think possibly it may also prevent people from learning the inner workings and details of their actual other tools. So it can actually dull you a little bit. You'll feel more productive because you don't have to learn as much. But once you learn this stuff, then the LSP really isn't much of a help anyways, so just learn it by doing. It prevents you from the doing part, so the learning doesn't happen the same way. So, no, I'm not using an LSP. I know Emacs has LSP bindings and things it can use, but nope, we're not using them. So for Emacs, I just use the standard old complete in most cases. There are other helpers like Helm, and what's the other one? Helm versus, what's it, Ivy? I haven't used those either. I'm not sure how helpful they would be. Okay, so we've got all the plumbing around these buttons. We just want to put the buttons themselves in init elements. Find the doodads. If we're using doodads, here's all the stuff. Okay, good. Chalk, doodad, menu, ball, bubbles, archer, space, and plants. Those are things we'll have to set up. Let's just simplify this. You have to use this the first time we declare it. Then from there, just use UV. We should write an abstraction around this one pattern. Oh, do I? Because this is a very common pattern. We're using it everywhere. Let's go do it. Texture quad. Void set everything. We'll take an asset. Take a UV. We'll even do this. There are lots of places in our code where we're going to wish we had this, or where we're not going to go back and fix them everywhere. Okay, so what happens is GameScene, we have this pattern. So float, width, height, render, scale, etc., etc. We set our texture to the asset. We set our UV to whatever the key is. Then we set our rectangle to the width and height. Oh no, that's not what we wanted to do. Oh wait. If key equals the default, Then we do something else. Otherwise, we get the size from our UV. Image warehouse get width of our asset, the height of our asset, sure, actually, that comes out nicely either way. So we set our texture, depending on what the UV key is, we set our width and height. Otherwise, we set our width and height this way. Oh. We, either way, scale our width and height. Yeah, there we go. Easy. Right? Set everything. Which means underscore piece of chalk dot set everything to our image. We've got it up above, and that. Okay. Chalk Doodad menu fall. Archer, space, and plants. Yeah, this is going to save me too much code to not just have it now. So everything gets the same image, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Last piece is positioning. When we do the move to, so do layout, use doodads. Move to somewhere. Okay. Super close. So where do we want to start? We probably have width and height, right? I do. Okay, so we're gonna get width equals this thing rectangle dot width. We get the height. I guess we don't have a float x in here, equals slate bounds x1 minus 5 times our width plus spacing. Slate bounds y1 minus the height of one of these things plus the spacing that we allow. Move to xy width, move to xy, 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 xy. After this, though, we go x plus equals w plus spacing. Okay, are we ready? I think that's enough work. We're going to do a full up, clean, and rebuild. I think we already did all of the UV, let's see here, images. This has the menu items. This embedded them, okay. Full up, clean, and debug build. Here we go. Woo! Here we go. This might be pretty close to where we need to be. We made some mistakes. We can take a look at those while the build is running. If we just put a semicolon in there, I bet that fixes a lot of issues. H is right here. Oh, with key? No. With height, we declared it. I was just confused because we didn't have the semicolon in there. Yep, that's probably it. Okay. Nice. I'm out of water. So let's, while this is building, this is gonna take a minute. We're gonna heat up some water. Heating water for yerba mate. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, we are back. Did the build ever finish? It didn't, but that's okay. But we have water. Oh, spacing? Really? What was it called then? Big space. We could maybe get small space. Let's get a small space. Let's try to big and small. I'm gonna go back down to the bottom. We'll try that. Hey, El Sai Kangaroo. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Really? Oh, it's just called small space. Okay. Easy peasy. I'm all right. Did you finish that Space Doodad? Yes. And in fact, we'll probably get to see it here shortly today. We're going to be switching between the Doodads today. We also finished a plant one. We'll see how this goes. So now there's no Doodad that shows up automatically. And if you right-click the chalk, the menu pops up. It's wrong location, but it is there. If we click on the ball, it shows up. Click the eraser, click the chalk. So if we go to this space one, there's space. There's a rocket, and we can fly around. Whee! So there you go. There's the Space Doodad. Where's my ship? I lost my ship. There it is. Tumbling. Woohoo! So there you go. There's the Space Doodad. So this is working actually. The eraser, the chalk, eraser, chalk, Archer. Yeah, he pops into being. Very cute. Oh, he's on top of the eraser. That's awkward. So I probably need to fade out the chalk and the eraser if there's a Doodad up. Oh no, the eraser. Oh, I need to move the chalk and the eraser somewhere else. But where? They're actually in the way. Bubbles. I do have layout issues. Plants. Yeah, this chalk is in the way. That's no good. Chalk and eraser. Where should they go? Because the Doodads actually use up this space down here. I can't put it there. front edge of table. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, the game is. Sorry, are there any other major features you plan on adding before calling the game complete? No. So let's go to the to-do list. Off stream, I'll do some more art, some more words and quotes. That'll be off stream work. Nobody wants to watch me do art all day. We're gonna create the ability to join our music playlists. We'll add any songs that come in, add any more art that comes in. And then I basically have this list of loose ends and bugs. So we want to get this done this week. Which means next week we can do the, where is it? Not this list. Do the optimizations. Where's my optimizations? Right in here. Size optimizations. We're going to shrink down our audio and our image data next week. And then we're basically done except for the website. I got to do a website and I've got to have a trailer video. I've got to redo screenshots with the latest build. But yeah, we're basically 2 weeks of code and development and fine tuning left. And then the rest of it is web page, trailer video, and release. So we're super close. End of the year, 2 weeks. Yeah, probably. I'm thinking while I wrap up the. Are you doing a static site? Yeah, I don't care to put a lot of effort into the website at this point. I just want to get it shipped. Just ship it. It's time to ship. No more new features. No more new doodads. So yeah, late this year, like really at the very end of the year, probably January actually, it's probably more realistic. Everything takes longer. I've got to get it, Steam greenlit and web page and whatnot, but gonna do the same looking at markdown site generators. Yeah. Yep. Or yeah, a lot of the hosting sites will have a really crappy, bad web developer. Like it'll lay it all out for you and have templates and save you a lot of work that way, but So yeah, we're actually, this is like the last feature is the Doodad switchers. So maybe we center this on the chalkboard. That probably makes more sense. But where to put the chalk and the eraser? They're in the way of the doodads themselves. I'm not sure. I mean, you're focused on making the game, which makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, once we get 2 or 3 games, maybe we make a little money. Maybe then I'll worry more about the web page. Yep. Okay. So I do not like the position, the chalk, and the eraser. What am I going to do about that? All right, let's take a look. We've got to figure out where to put it. It should be close to the chalkboard because they relate to the chalkboard. I kind of can't compress these books anymore horizontally. I could move the books forward towards this front edge and leave basically this space back here at the back edge. and then move the chalk and the eraser here, attached to the table, which actually is easier because then I don't have to animate them fading in and out. I think that's probably what we have to do. I was going to stream today, but I got tired, so I'm just going to try and get my engine compiling on Linux while you're coding. Haha. Yep. Nope, I'm not doing anything cross-platform yet either. I don't think I've done anything too OS specific, so I can probably go cross-platform in the future, but it's not my top goal right now. So yeah, cool. Let me know how that goes. Nice. As long as you're working on something, make progress every day. Right, so I'm gonna go move those notebooks. I think that's rule number 1. So if we go to I gotta move the notebooks. Move to, so it's the y-axis. Well, x is probably fine. Y plus that minus some stuff. Maybe we just end up hard coding a lot. Let's see how that looks. Closed notebook height. That's 100 pixels right there. Okay, so that's too low. My main issue is getting it linking and compiling with GCC. I want to post my game server on a VPS, and Linux is way cheaper, so that's my main motivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Yep. Yeah, if I was doing a server, I would definitely be spending a lot more time on that kind of thing. But my game is standalone, single player, no networked, anything. Okay, so that's there. So we're gonna move it up by the height. Oh, let's just budge some numbers. Render scale 100. We'll just move it somewhere. No, that's cool. I want to do some networking stuff, network game, and server client. But I just don't. It's not in my plan for my first 2-3 games at least. Because there are some interesting problems that happen there. Oh, that's actually kind of close. 110, 115 maybe? Go to 120 and X. Some amount doesn't really matter. We'll just see what happens. I just knew all the games I want to make involve multiplayer, so I figured I'd deal with it early. But yeah, different goals. Haha. Yep, exactly. No, it's definitely one you want to spend some time with and iterate on over multiple games. The first one's going to be passable. The second one will be better. The third one will actually be good, because you'll know what you're doing. Okay, so there's the notebooks. So if we put the eraser here on the table, No, there's some cool things that networking allows you to do. I have an idea for a networked game, but it would be more simultaneous action. So you have completely asynchronous multiplayer games. Then you have turn-based where you take a turn, I take a turn, right? I take an action, you take an action. But I think simultaneous action has some potential to be very interesting where you both sit there, you have a timer, 10, 15, 30 seconds, whatever, depending on the game, and you both have to submit your actions. And then once both of you have submitted your actions or the timer runs out, the actions you have submitted are enacted simultaneously for both players. I think there could be some fun there. It's like partial knowledge, but not complete knowledge of your opponent's position at the end of the thing. Okay, so chalkboard. Add child. Actually, let's do this. The chalkboard does not need children anymore. The table leaves room for 2 more children. Chalkboard.add child. No. Table add child. Table add child. Underscore piece of chalk move 2. Okay, so this has nothing to do with the chalkboard. This has everything to do with the table here. Okay, I gotcha. It reminds me of certain games. Everyone reveals their hand at the same time. Yeah. So it's a thing in, for example, Race for the Galaxy, a classic card game. You choose your actions, and then everybody reveals at the same time. Yeah, but I think I can use it to make a space game, different space game from the one we were talking about yesterday. Like I said, I've got text documents full of ideas with like semi-fleshed out, outlines and things to try and play with. Too much fun. Right, so the eraser mtable.rectangle.right, so that's the right edge of the table, minus this thing plus a big space, maybe, and then m underscore table rectangle dot y minus our height plus some amount. I don't know. We'll play with the numbers. Doesn't matter. The piece of chalk will be somewhere. Chalkboard H. Let's just see what it looks like. It also means the fade in and out doesn't matter anymore because they come in with a table, which is probably better. We'll take a look. Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm thinking of a game of Divinity 2 where all the actions happen simultaneously. Nice, that would be wild. Makes more sense, honestly. There's so many mechanics, so many fun dynamics in games. It's like, yeah. So many. I think we may have a render order problem. Piece of chalk and chalk eraser need to handle after table, but before I'll put this back where it was. It's fine. Like, why would they sit there and watch you attack them? I get it's how turn games work, but still, yeah. I mean, it's about what abstractions do you choose to simulate your combat or your conflict, right? And there are games where they're like dice rolling games where you take turns, like Yahtzee, but there's also other games. What was it called? Escape the Temple or something like that? Ruin something. But basically, you roll dice as fast as you can, and the only punishment is if you roll a number one. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. If you roll a number on your dice, that dice gets locked, and if you run out of dice, you can always roll your dice to unlock your dice. But once you run out of dice, you can't. So while you're all trying to accomplish the same goal, the dice rolling mechanism is you roll as fast as you can, but if you get locked, somebody else has to spend their time and dice to unlock you, but they're trying to do things, so they don't want to run across the temple to come into the room with you to roll their dice to try to save you, because that involves rolling dice, and every time you roll the dice, it's a chance to mess it up. So it's like an interesting abstraction. I just find the whole idea funny. Yeah, you attacked me. Wait until I get my turn. Yep, exactly. So where are they? Where's the chalk and the thing? No errors. Render the table, then render the chalk and the eraser. Oh no, it was a Doodad of the day. There it is. Yeah, any abstraction has problems. I do think a simultaneous action could be a fun little computer game. Then it's about knowing what they're doing, what you need to get done, what they're trying to do. Like that's you guessing, maybe. Maybe they have different goals than you think. But then anticipating and choosing your moves accordingly to counter what they want to do. But you don't know. It's a gamble. So sometimes taking a suboptimal move is better because then they won't prevent you from doing it. Could probably switch. I'm gonna score chalk Doodad. That probably would be for the best. Okay. There's a lot more uncertainty to work with. You try to figure out what moves give consistent results versus more risky but rewarding moves. Yeah, exactly. And strategy with your opponent's choices. Yep. Yeah, so that's actually one thing. Like in a lot of games, there's randomness, but I think that hidden information yields a more interesting game than randomness. Yeah, and it's up to you to choose whether to take a safe move or a risky move if you anticipate the opponent correctly. As opposed to, well, I'm losing, let's roll the dice and see if I win. I'm not happy when I play games that have randomness in it, and I make every play correctly, but I lose due to that randomness. Just doesn't feel good. If I lose, I want it to be because the other person outplayed me. So then if you have too much randomness, then the only way to play a fair game is to play a series of games, right? Instead of one game determining who's superior player. It's more of a statistical analysis as opposed to a head-to-head game. Board render, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Table render. If we're using doodads, we render those things. So the doodad of the day should still be visible. I just think playing Morrowind and you have on to roll on hitting someone with a sword. Yeah. Well, I mean, or like so many games. D&D. Roll a d20. Okay. Well, there's always a chance of failure, which is amusing. There's always a chance of success, even if you're, completely unqualified to do the thing. I don't see the chalk or the eraser. Anywhere. Why not? Where did I put it? Probably happening in the do layout. Oh, let's see here. Where do we do the chalk? Move to. Here it is. Table, set rectangle. Just put it there. Plus that. I suspect that will work a little better. Parentheses. Okay. It was particularly silly in that game because it's 3D real-time game. I had someone, I guess it failed the global roll. Like, yep. Randomness has its place, but I think of late it's overused. And the silly part is that the really good players have basically learned to mitigate that randomness to such a level that, like, why is randomness there anymore? All right, I'm not happy with this. Where did it go? Chalk eraser, move to somewhere. Oh, I know what's going on. I'm being silly. We're drawing this relative to the table. So those points are kind of implicit already. I mean, I have ideas for games that use dice and randomness, but in those games, it's more about, in the games I've got planned, it's more of a, you decide what the dice do and what they mean. So you basically build your own randomness engine. Not me, not the game. If you want a dice that does more punching, well, you just put more punches on it. You want a dice that does more something else? Okay, so that. Oof. There's my chalk. The right click is not working. Well, shoot, this is turning out more painful than I thought. Why? I need a place to put the chalk and the eraser. I don't know where. It needs to be close to the chalkboard. But my chalk doodads fill up this space down here. Used at a couple of different points here. The horizontal problem I'm not as worried about. Let's move it 20 pixels off. Some more. But this y-axis is kind of bothering me. It's actually 0 plus the height of the chalk or of the eraser. Zero, zero? Not sure. You know, I noticed that when I was adding the AI for Pong, the transition between states is based on a roll. I have a probability distribution for it, but it feels like it kills the strategy for fighting the enemy AI. I was trying to think of ways to make more consistent strategies against when fighting AI, but I don't know. Yeah, and luckily, Pong is a simple enough game that you can fudge different behaviors. You can kind of fake the AI. I don't know. So there's my chalk. There's the eraser. If we move these books forward a little more, notebooks, X and Y. So we're going to move our X more and down more. The chalk. Move this a little bit more, like 40. Let's go 50. But the y-axis on the chalk eraser is a little bit different. Piece of chalk, we want 2 pixels below the top of the edge of the table, but the chalk eraser we want at the same level as the chalk itself. So we take chalk eraser height plus 2 minus the difference of heights. Minus chalk eraser rectangle dot height minus underscore piece of chalk dot rectangle dot height. Something like that. Yeah, I'm probably overthinking it for Pong, haha. My bad, I'll let you code. I'm dealing with a bug too. Yeah, no worries. I don't mind chatting. I check while I'm in build. Well, but overthinking things sometimes on a simple game is good, right? Because you're laying the groundwork for the next thing. Okay, those books need to go down more. The eraser does not look like it's at the right point yet. Okay. So notebooks, Y. Oh, minus. Move it the other way. Let's see how that lines up. Show. Yep. Okay. Okay, then we just move it that way a bit more. Another 20 pixels or so. Okay. Where are we at? 3:30? Yeah, I've got plenty of time. We'll get this wrapped up. Oh. Maybe move it a little more. Okay. So close. Okay. We'll straighten out this positioning later. I think 10 more? 5 more? Yeah, maybe 5 more pixels. Okay, but back to the underscore, let's see, our menu. Okay, our X is going to be the midpoint. So slate bounds x0 plus this divided by 2 minus 2.5 times that. Nope. 2.5 times width. So center of board minus 2.5 button widths plus 2 times small space. The Y is fine. Move to. We'll try that. Okay. Oh, I was going to take out the fade. It goes with the table now. There we go. That looks pretty centered. Okay. Much better. And that fade. Gotta get rid of the fade. Piece of chalk. Color. This one. No longer need this. We no longer need this subsequence. Start animation, back to this thing. And there we go. On scene exit, do any of that. That's basically it. No more fading. Okay. Now, to do chalk fade in, chalk fade out, the menu. Make some helper functions. Go chalk doodad menu. Let's see here. Toggle is, let's see here, bool show. Alpha equals 255. Here start, end. If we are showing no menu, then start equals 0, end equals 0. Okay. From here, everything else is the same. Texture quad, enter menu items, array equals this thing, the address, the next one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Menu item count equals size of menu items divided by size of menu items 0th entry. There we go. Now, int index equals 0, index less than menu item count. In case we ever add more, plus index. Texture quad menu item equals menu items at the index. Menu item. Let's get the color alpha. Equals integer of our starting value. The menu item sets the color to C. So before we start the animation, then create an animation. set duration 0.25 doesn't matter. Name 0.2 set range, and this is why we did it with the Boolean toggle flag. We're going to go from starting value, whatever that is, to the ending value, which we will apply to this thing. We'll apply to menu items. Given the alpha, kind of just do this. Inside this thing. Menu item count, where equals that? Alpha equals integer of our computed alpha, set counter, blah, blah, blah. Okay, to do toggle chalk doodad menu show. Hide. False. Okay. If show, we're going to do things two different ways. So sequence action, or action sequence, scheduler get action sequence with two elements in it. If we're showing, then sequence point to set immediate in the 0th time slot. This it's going to say M underscore what's here. Equals true. Set play animation. Otherwise, we play the animation first, then we turn it off. Okay. Hopefully that just works. Oy. Okay, parentheses in the right places would help. Okay. Oh. Okay, well, clearly have some issues. 255. There we go. Whoops. That's my bad. Fix that one easy enough. Okay. Click, click. Not bad, not bad. Okay. We are super close. A little bit of logic around this, and then we have the last piece of the journal to do. So, here we go. If the piece of chalk contains the screen point, let's do some more checking. If m underscore chalk doodad menu visible, if it's not visible, we do that. Else, okay, let's see here. The last question we want to ask, not the last question, but a question we need to ask, HPP. Okay, it seems is bool is chalk doodad active. If the current chalk doodad is not active, and if the menu is not visible, we do that. GameScene. If underscore, let's see here, GameContext, use doodads. Actually, if result switch underscore chalk doodad takes game scene chalk doodad ball result result and underscore chalk doodad ball. It's called underscore doodad chalk. Okay. Is it enabled? There's ball. Bubbles. Archer. Archer. Space. Plants. Plants. Return game context. Use doodads and the current one is enabled. So if we right click the piece of chalk, and if there's no active doodad and the menu is not visible, then we turn on the menu. If we click the eraser, stop chalk doodad. And is chalk doodad active? Guess that's it, right? Okay. Almost there. If result. It's not going to cost me that much performance anywhere I do this. It doesn't matter too much. Huh. Did I not make it public? I did make it public. Declared here. Confusion. That is a truly bizarre. I need to do a full clean and debug build just to clean up something weird. There is no reason. Although that's also why the renderer has such a goofy thing in it as well. We had something declared private or protected, private that we were friends with. We could access everything else, but not the one element, bizarrely. Let me see if I can find that note. Renderer. No, not here. Renderer. This This should be private. But for whatever reason, other private static methods are able to be used by other friend classes, but not this one. This one we had to make public for some reason. Just this one, not the other static void private. These I could access where I needed them. Just this one. It feels like that. We're gonna spend a while on this sound warehouse here. All right, couple more hours, and we're actually shockingly close to being done with this task. If this build works, we're close. Halt versus stop. Oh no, we can. I wouldn't need any notes in there. We're just gonna hard code the enable equals false where we need it. That's all we'd ever do to replace the other. This is going to take a minute though. I always get random heap issues and it's like, time to rebuild the solution again. That is what I'm getting out of GCC. Even times when I don't think I need to. Sometimes you just need a clean rebuild. One of the problems with incremental building that modern days, we probably don't need incremental builds for most projects. And if your project needs incremental builds, but I mean, it all comes down to the decision to make compilation units back in the old C++ days, when your resources were limited. You literally didn't have memory to store more than one compilation unit at a time in memory. So then that necessitated the linker. Nowadays, you can hold millions of lines of code AST in memory with no problem. So couldn't we just build the whole thing all at once? Then you never have heap alignment issues. Yeah. I don't know. So it's a rant that Jonathan Blow's already given. Probably don't need to restate it, but he's probably right. All right. Slept in a bit this morning. Felt good. Been tired lately. Probably been staying up too late. Yeah, no, that sounds nice. I've been getting those issues more often nowadays for random reasons too. Yeah, I don't know if it's because the scope of my projects has grown. Like a lot of my other projects are just smaller, or if it's because I do more of my own memory management and use less predefined standard libraries or whatever other libraries. Is that part of the cause? Like they've written whatever library you use, does a lot of memory management for you. So the more you handle it yourself, the more you run into it, which really means they are doing far more dynamic allocations than I want. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. I want to get back to running, to be honest. I feel like I've been getting really tired nowadays too. Yeah, I'm actually tweaked my back last week. I'm kind of taking a recovery week this week. I'm not running today or this week, but next week I think I need to get back into it again. What the? Why? It's declared here public. Why is it inaccessible within this context? Why? Is it because this function is const, even though I'm not changing this value, I'm reading this value? Is that why it's telling it's inaccessible? This doesn't make any sense. This is public. This is public. It's not protected. It's not private. This is a public field. Why can't I access it here? But why is reading this value inaccessible? Is it because of that? I think that's really stupid. If that's the case, I'm really... Ugh. Pull up clean didn't fix it. I don't even like running, but what is it doing? We've done a clean and build. We've made it not const. And this is the one that errors. If I just do this, if I just comment this one out, it's going to tell me I'm not covering everything. But that's a warning. Or wait, that's a field you're accessing in the function. Yeah, I don't know. Does the function it's using need to be declared const as well? No, it's just weird. Hey, you're not handling plants correctly. I know, thank you. You won't let me. So now that I've removed that line, I put it back in, yeah. That's a public member. This is a public member. I'm publicly accessing it here. And I'm not changing it, I'm reading it. Why is this inaccessible? Within this context, I'm in a switch statement. And only this one fails. What if I put it at the top? Is it an order issue? Nope, it's just plants. Why plants? I don't know. That's infuriating. Oh, compiler bugs, compiler bugs. It's a public field. Get it. This is not inaccessible. It is totally accessible. I wanted it to be accessible. All of these other things have it as accessible. What is plants doing? All right, rmrf source doodad chalk plants dot o. I need to check it. I can't not check it. Holy moly. Although it's public, bool is enabled const. Remove child. Return enabled. This is so stupid. GameScene is enabled. Oh, this is not making me happy. Oh, never mind. I think I know what's going on. Why anything else has worked up till now, I don't know. Okay, let me back. We don't need that. Unless we really just haven't. We didn't put public in here. I'll bet that was it. I think it defaults to protected or private. I don't remember now. Because I didn't declare the inheritance to be public. But I've been doing other things like setting rectangle, all of those other inherited pieces. Anyway, whatever. Whatever. Now what were we going to test? Okay, click, clickety, clickety, clickety. If we bring up our dude, we can't bring up the menu unless we erase, chalk, erase, chalk, 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 erase, erase, erase. Seems good. Cool. What other things was it accessing that it shouldn't have then? Anyway, it worked, I guess. That's delightful. Okay. Menu handling all cleaned up. For chalk doodads. GameScene. Fade out. Stop Chalk Doodad. This is the one we want. Basically, an animate scene exit if used doodads. If we're using animations, do the normal thing. Otherwise, we're just gonna hard stop it. Which means 1, 2, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That does that. So Chalk Doodads should just end immediately. If not, no. Let's see here. When exiting the level and animations are disabled. Okay. Oh, okay. Chalk Doodad menu working. Okay. Last piece. When we start a doodad, it should reset all of its initial conditions correctly, which it is not currently. So we're going to go to each doodad. So doodad chalk ball. We're going to do this. When we fade in, fade out, doesn't matter. Update, doesn't matter. Render set bound. Set position. There. And that should do it. So the ball will always start with 0, 4, 0 velocity at the fixed position and then fade in. Everything normally. So that's an easy one. Doodad, chalk, bubbles. Kind of a similar thing. Gonna do that. Set bounds. Move to. I'm going to set the angle, we're going to set the position. Rectangle width. Rectangle height. Just the center of the chalkboard, basically. Index angle. Okay. And in fact, let me just do this and this. All good. Okay, so there's 2 done, other than testing, obviously. Chalk, Archer. Okay. This one was complicated enough. We broke it out into a separate thing. Gravity, minimum, maximum velocity. Robert's velocity is the thing that goes up here. This does that. So let's mark a thing here. XYZ, fade in. It's the other XYZ. Okay. Arrow enabled equals false. I'm not sure why we'd ever do that. Oh, because of that. Okay, so that actually makes sense. XYZ. Oh. Init elements. Okay. Robert gets put somewhere. This is not his final position. The target doesn't matter. It doesn't move between one and the other. The marks don't get set anywhere. Scoreboard doesn't change. Score does, though. Underscore equals 0. That is a thing. Okay. Init elements. Anything else we need to do? So set bounds is where we set positions of other things. Blah, blah, blah. Retrieve all the arrows. Move Robert to the rectangle. Target never moves. Hey, C-Films. I'm doing good, doing good. Project's going good. We can switch between the different doodads now. We're just making sure that they all start in the correct state. So I think we're actually getting very, very close to done with what I've planned for today. I think. So in theory, these 3 are done. Let's try this. We're going to load the first 3 doodads over and over again and make sure that they start in the same state. Maybe we're missing something. Oh, R is rectangle. Yeah. Any work on your projects going? Your web page or your language? Your Python math language? Forgot what it was called. You told me, and I thought it was a pretty good name. Let's see. Hold on. Corvus. There we go. Corvus. Okay. So we right-click the chalk, click the bubble, or the ball, and the ball falls in. And no matter where we throw it, we can end. And if we bring it back, it starts there again. So that's good. Bubbles. Bubbles always start in the center, blow up outward. Pop, pop, pop. Erase them all. Oh. And then they all start back over. Good. Pop, pop. And leave. Okay. Then, Archer Dude. Walk him over. Oof, we missed. That's terrible. There we go. Got some points. Oof, bad. There we go. And if we remove him and bring him back, score 0, all the arrows are reset, and we're good to go. Yeah, so he's restarting in the same location every time. Cool. So we can reload these doodads as many times as we like, and they'll start in the same state. So that's the first 3. We got to do 2 more of those. And if the doodad is up and running when we exit, oops, let's see, running up and running, I said. Move our dude. It learns from the past, looks to the future. McFly, that was it. Fly, that's right. Hey, we were just talking about Back to the Future. Now I know why. Very good. Okay, so doodad chalk space. What things do I need to start in the same, oh, rocket. Okay. That's a thing. Velocity are things. Those have to happen there. Which means the rest of it's from set bounds. I think mostly what I care about is actually that the rocket gets moved somewhere normal. Ooh, oh dear. Renderer. Scale 100. There we go. We can load the nebula fresh every time. Not load it, but move it every time we restart. Load planet, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so on fade in, we'll move the nebula. We do move the rocket. We move the rocket, we pick a random rotational velocity, and our velocity is pretty thing. Nebula gets moved and rotated. Although, our nebula picks a random one of the 3 images, not set. And it twinkled. Starfield Nebula. I think all the nebulas are the same size. Let's just copy this then, and we'll go to fade in. set the UV for the nebula. Move the nebula somewhere. Rotate it. Okay, what else happens in set bounds? Where do we set the random point in the rotation that we're at? Is it in here? We find an angle? Period time. Here. This one. That's all we really need to know. Fade in. Body time. XYZ dot time. Here we go, equals that. There we go. Every time we should start up, it should be semi-random but consistent. So that should fix space. So we'll always reload in a known state. I've been working on the C-Films project lately. I'm working removing extra white space in code files. Yeah, you can build up a lot of white space, it turns out. Renderer. We have an R here, which should be rectangle. We have Y, float Y. Rectangle at height. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should fix most of those. Oh. Dot time. There we go. Good, good, good. I'm gonna have to start doing a little bit of website work myself here shortly to get my company and my game up and running. I'm gonna probably release super late December, probably early January, mid-January. I've still got to make a trailer and retake all my screenshots. Okay, so if we get the space one, stars, nebula, everything appears as expected. Things moving at different rates. Neptune's going to take forever. Whee, okay. Eraser, then we bring up the space again. Everything's at different positions. The stars, the nebula is there. Is that different nebula, different location? Good. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. All right. Last one, the plant. The plant. We have the envelopes, sun, cloud, pots, all sorts of things. We're gonna have to get that figured out. Okay, last one. Doodad chalk plants. Initialize elements. This all happens in fade in. Oh, we're not doing the fade in. Boom, mind blown. Whoops. To do fade in. Oh man. That's kind of sad. We've been working all this time without it ever being there. Let's see. Dun 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 dun. Okay, init elements. Blah blah blah. We really don't have to do much. This plant probably fine. Okay, let me think. The pots. We need to set them to dry. When we fade in, we set all of them to dry. Nothing matters there. Plant. Set rectangle, set, nothing moves. We do disable the plant. And we flip it, potentially. Envelopes are gonna have to get set.
Found the bird bag.
Yeah, envelopes. It's oh no, pots is not indexed that way. M_plants sub-index enabled. There we go. Plants. X, Y, Z. Let's go find our envelopes. Seed. Seed enabled is false. So we'll do that. For each ring, we'll disable it. Okay. Set bounds. This is where we actually position things. So the envelope positioning basically has to be redone every time we initialize. And the moon and the sun and their scale. So this all goes into the fade in. So put the envelopes back where they were. Let's see here. Envelopes. envelopes at index dot enable equals true. We move them somewhere. But what? Move to center. Okay, I think that's it. Ooh, spacing. Whatever that is. Okay, R is not declared here. That's fine. That's easy fix. That's just rectangle.height. Oops. Got another one. No, we keep getting bit by this rectangle. Not difficult, but doable. Here we go. Oh, okay, now we just need to make sure the plants reset correctly every time we start them up. Then we gotta add the fade in. I can't believe we didn't have a fade in for plants. Okay, we're doing plants. Envelope. Rain. Sun. There they go. They grow. Now we erase those, and then we come back in to plants. The sun and moon position are not right. The envelopes aren't showing up. The dirt did get wet, and it did dry. But there are no envelopes. Oh, we found an envelope. Oh, the envelopes are invisible because of the alpha channel. Okay, we'll figure this out. We're almost there. I think this has to be 1 before we can do our math properly. Then we do that, then we do that. Envelopes. Color C equals underscore envelopes sub index color. C dot alpha equals 255 underscore envelopes sub index dot set color to C. That should fix that. At which point texture quad star envelope equals underscore envelopes plus index. It's probably easier to deal with at this point. There we go. Okay, one more. Oh, then we gotta do the fade in. I can't believe we didn't have a fade in, fade out for that thing. Okay, plants almost done. Okay, plants. Plant the red seed from the yellow envelope. Water it. Sun it. Very nice. Water. Sun. We'll water so that the dirt is darker. And we'll erase. We'll bring it back up. The dirt is dry. These are closer than I remember. This envelope is upside down. So each envelope needs to rotate to 0. Rotate to 0. Set color sun. Oh, cloud. The cloud scale is wrong. There we go. Okay. That should just about do it. One last build. All right, plants. Get wet. Drop a seed. Sun. And dry. Sun. And dry. Sun and rain. Beautiful. Okay, we bring it back. Envelopes, the sun, the cloud, the pots, everything is back the way it was. And in theory, nothing should grow until we plant that seed. That state should be properly maintained. I think I want a little teeny tiny plant on the envelope. This is like an off-stream task. Small plant logo, 2 envelopes. Not important. I think we're done. I think that's it. Other than the fade. We gotta fix that fade, which we've already got elsewhere that we can use the general idea. So into, I suppose, Archer. We get an animation, we play the animation. That's basically it. So if we go to plants, we'll go to fade in. After we enable ourselves, here we go. Set duration, we're going from 0 to 1. Let's see here, plants.hpp. We're gonna draw. This texture quad batch is simple enough. Then we have to do the plants. Then we have to do the envelopes. We have to do the seed, the sun, the cloud, and the rain. Texture quad batch. Do we have a set alpha? Do we have a way to get the color? Get. I suppose we can cheat. We don't. Oh no, we do. Oh dear. Oh dear, so there's no way to... Right, well we need to get the quad color. Ooh, which is going to be a little bit ugly, I think. Texture quad batch. Quad count. Texture quad batch. We're going to cheat a little bit on this. Set quad color. We'll just grab it off the first vertex. So we insert that, we got those. We don't need that. Quad index, vertex index. This is float, red as a float. Green as a float. Blue as a float. Alpha as a float. Then we say return a color which has red float times 255 cast as an integer. Two, three. Red, green, blue, alpha. Okay, so we got that now. So we go to go to plants. Get our new alpha. Okay, we need seed, sun, cloud. We need plants, which is enough of an oddball that it has to be treated a little differently, and the same with pots. Then we need rain. Is that it? Those are all the things we draw. Pots, plants, envelopes. Oh, the envelopes. Okay. Here we go. Color C. C equals C dot color. And basically C dot alpha equals that. Seed dot set color to C. Do we want to pound to find something here? Set alpha. Given a object pointer. And this will look like the following. C equals object pointer point to color. This will save us some work. C dot alpha equals alpha. Then object pointer set color to C. So maybe we can do something like this. Set alpha address of seed m underscore sun and cloud. For int index equals 0, index less than number of raindrops, plus index, rain plus index, set alpha. Same thing for the number of envelopes. Plus index. Okay, pots have to be treated a little differently. That's not true. That's actually not that bad. Non-pots. Plants at the index dot texture quad. Set alpha. And the only tricky piece now is this texture quad batch. Which is just barely different enough to mess everything else up. C equals underscore pots dot quad index else. It's 2 times index plus 0 on color. C dot alpha equals alpha. Then image for pots set quad color. To C, we need this twice because we get this. Is that it? Okay. Try that. Maybe it'll fade in the plants. Oh, that's fair. Actually, you're right. Probably should do it that way. Okay. All right. So in theory, launching the plant, everything faded in. Not bad, not bad. Rain. Sun. Very nice. And when we erase, it all pops, which is bad, but that's okay, because we can fix that now with a bit of copy paste and a swap of 2 numbers. Right here. We just go from 255 to 0. Everything else is the same. This one, I should maybe do this, or the animation fires. Alpha equals 0. Just to be sure, everything doesn't flash on screen for the first frame. C was not declared here. Fine. I'll declare it, I promise. Okay, I think that's it. I think fade in, fade out for the plants is going to be just fine. Your baptism, very cute. Okay, plants fade in. Green and sun. Erase. Did I not build? Oh. Okay. This is the problem when I copy paste sequence. Sequence, I need 2 steps. Sequence set the animation step 0. Sequence set immediately on step 1. We take this and set enabled equal false thusly. My bad. Okay, plants. Water. Sun. Ah, popped again. Why is it popping? Play the animation, then disable. Oh, because of that. Totally forgot to remove that line. Time for bed. You have a wonderful evening as well. Sleep well. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Let's be getting close to the end of stream. I'm making silly mistakes at this point. Modicum, a good word, one I don't get to use as often as I might like. Rain and sun. Everything faded out. Bring back the plants. Envelopes roll back. Dry it out. Sun it up. Fade. Fade. Okay, I think we're done. Good, good, good. I think that's the end of Doodads right there. I think we beat him. Journal, Chalk Doodads. Now initialize their important state before fading in. Plant. Plants now have a proper fade in out animation. Plants now fade in out animation. And all Chalk Doodads reset when fading in. Boom, done. Woo! Oh, not bad, not bad. So where are we at here? We have finished all of our tasks for today, plus one extra. We didn't actually record that. Plant Doodad doesn't have a fade in or out. Fix this. It's done. Jolly good. Okay, we're done. We're done with today's tasks that we had planned, which means we can get into some of these ones. I don't want to fix replay today. I want to do that tomorrow. I don't have proper time to dedicate to it today. I suspect one or two of these bugs was due to heap alignment issues or something due to an incomplete build, so we'll do some testing tomorrow, but I don't want to tackle those bugs today. Notebook clicking. Do I need these two? Do I? I don't know if they make user experience better. So, reason for this one, we shouldn't save a replay if you haven't even typed a letter. That's only sort of true. Because if you play a game, immediately surrender, and then hit replay, you kind of play last replay, you expect that last replay to be that, even if it's empty. But popping up an empty replay, let's just go take a look at what it looks like. Let's make an empty replay. Actually, the last one was an empty replay, wasn't it? We can do things that are not game related. These are not recorded actions. We surrender, we exit. Review the last game you played. See, it's got a quarter of a second. Oh, we're in practice mode. So we have to make an actual replay. No replays for practice mode. No high scores and no replays. Good old penurious, good word. So if we walk our dude all the way over here. Nice shot. $45, are we gonna get the full 90? I need to find a spot where I can lob the arrow more and still get the hits. Like I wanna shoot it up and over and hit the bullseye. So we're close to there. That's not really a spot you can memorize very well. Anyway, we leave. Exit. Replay. Quarter second. The only thing that should happen is this thing flares up, right? Bing. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't need to be changed. If you haven't typed anything, you'd expect the previous replay to be the last replay. Shouldn't reveal the answer if you surrendered and if no guess was submitted. Yeah, I think so. If you didn't submit a single guess. Okay, so let's go do this one. Let's do this one. Surrender or back was clicked. Event surrender. So this is what we want to process. Surrender is the method. End game quitter, the answer was. Okay. If m underscore yes index is equal to 0, if you haven't done anything this game, else you should try harder. Is that it? Maybe it's that simple. I hope so. remove some unused variables. Let's see, where's the notebook? Do layout. Notebook. I want to move it just like 2 more pixels this way and 2 more pixels that way. Okay, then we'll try that. Ugh. Okay. So we're really into like the small nitpicks here for the game. We finish this early tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, I know what we can do. We can start on the optimization work without diving in too far. Go to marathon mode. Let's say that we play a level out, right? Blah blah blah. IS IP oh no, R is in, thank you. Match T is in, JK is out, G or W, so it has to be G. So grits. Trigs, okay. Fine. Now if we surrender with any guesses in here, it should tell us the answer. Because we were trying, clearly. Surrender, the answer was clove. Okay. Now, if we surrender with nothing in, quitter, you should try harder. There we go. Good enough. Let's make sure it works across levels. So if we cheat, and we have no guesses and surrender, it does not give us the answer. You didn't even try to guess. Maybe that would be a nicer way to say it. Harder. You didn't even guess once. Maybe that would be a nicer way to put it. Closed notebook height. Yes. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Surrender. You didn't even guess once. That whole fits. Perfect. This doesn't fade. We need to fade that. We need to fade out. Animate. Scene. Exit. Stop the Chalkboard Doodad if m underscore Chalk Doodad menu visible. Toggle Chalk Doodad menu to false. Otherwise, if we're not animating, m underscore Doodad Chalk menu ball. Really? Oh, we just set it to false. We don't even need to check anything. We can just set it to false. It doesn't affect anything. If we do this, okay, then we're checking one guess. We've checked against 19 guesses. I did not put a semicolon in for some reason. think that'll be good enough. Okay. We cheat, we go to the next level. We surrender. Quitter, you didn't even guess once. At least you tried. If math. URNG coin flip. Do that. Otherwise do that. We might as well insult them while they're not trying, right? I think we're done with this task. That's a nice, easy one. Which actually leaves us tomorrow to really work through the replay stuff. So I still have half an hour for the notebook interactions. Surrender. Surrender. Cheat. You should try harder. Okay, I agree. No guesses on the board. Okay, I think we're going to call that good. That was shockingly easy. The game does not reveal the answer and is more insulting if you surrender without submitting a single guess for that level. Easy peasy. Surrender without guess doesn't show the answer. Done. Next task. Okay, this one is a feel thing, and I agree with it, so I think we're going to do it right now. Do I have other after-hour things? That's an easy one I can get done tonight. This is a big one. I don't think I want to do that. I'm just going to bet more words and more quotes. Okay. Yeah, we've actually got a lot of work done. Next week, size optimization. Size optimization. Image and sound data. Okay. Right, so journal, we've got our plan for the next task. Good to go. Let's go take a look at it, just so you can see what I don't like. So if we select some stuff, we go over here, whatever. We switch back and forth. If we click fast, so if I go blue, green, purple, blue, purple, green, it just looks bad. But if you wait for the whole animation to finish, it actually turns out okay. So we're going to have an is journal busy or is notebook busy or something like that. Oh, is busy. That is the thing we already have. Let's do what I think it does. Is busy. Yeah, if the animation is running, it's busy. Okay, so all we have to do then is GameScene .cpp notebook handle the notebook callback here. If we don't block the user from deducing, we do those things. Okay, so last piece. Bool is busy equals m_notebooks sub0 dot is busy or notebooks sub1 dot is busy. I mean, we can literally just write a for loop if we want to. This does not happen that often. Int index equals 0, index less than 4. Do I have notebook count? Good. I did the right thing. GameScene notebook count. Go through the index. If notebook at index is busy, then is busy equals true and break. And once I have one nested thing in a bracket, we do that. Okay. If not is busy, then we execute it. I might just fix that one. Okay, over here. Here we go. Let's do some things. Come over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Switch back and forth. It's ignoring clicks. It didn't. Then we need to wait for the pen to not be moving. Move pen to notebook. Ugh. Set duration half a second. How long does a notebook take to open and close? That should not take longer than that, right? Or no, less time than that. Images, not text, sprite. Notebook, 30 frames per second. Over that full range, shoot. You have one little idea, maybe for Doodad space. Scale volume of rocket with volume, with velocity magnitude. That's an easy one to do as well, but we're not doing that. Let me look at this file. How many frames is it? I don't remember. Open. Notebook 1 cover sprite. Oh, darn it. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16. So it's a little over half a second. The 16 frames at 30 frames per second. And I can make it 32 frames per second. It should be a little bit more than the pen. So what's wrong with my pen then? Oh. I think this. So that is busy. Add event. Actually, never mind, I'm confused. Move pen to notebook. If animate, otherwise you just snap it to. Hmm. All the notebooks should not be busy. If any notebook is busy, it won't do this. So why does that still look a little bit goofy if I start clicking too fast? The pen move should finish before the animation is complete, right? So if I click, see, what was that? Shouldn't have done that. That should not have registered as a click. Or if the pen move is what's killing me. Shoot. I mean, we can do this. It's mpen bool m underscore pen moving. M underscore table. False. Move pen to notebook. Action sequence scheduler get action sequence with 3 steps, 2 steps. Set play animation. Oh. Actually, what's this inside of? Next level? Animate true. Okay, so that's fine. Move pen to notebook. Why am I returning? Move pen, this one. Show deduction space. We grab the animation sequence. Set start animation. We get 5. Okay. I have some regrets. Okay, it all happens here, though. At least there's only one place to fix it. Action sequence. Animation anim equals this thing. Get action sequence of 3 elements. Result. Set immediate. Capturing this. M_score is 10 moving equals true and false when we're done. Set play animation equal to the animation, return the result, then in show deduction space here, action sequence subsequence. Subsequence is that, set start subsequence of subsequence. Then lastly is busy. Busy equals 10 moving. Then we can always overwrite whatever that is with true if we need to, but that will not fix it. Say action index, I said action sequence. Promise. There we go. Oops. I should fix most of that. And it was not declared in this scope. Subsequence anim subsequence. Oh, this is actually not that hard. We don't need to capture subsequence. We just have to say result equals result and not m_pen is moving. So the pen, the sound can't be playing and the thing and the notebooks can't be visible. Is that it? I don't know. Make file. Okay, that's fine. We might need to do a tidy up and build since we added a variable, changes our footprint slightly. Oh, this wasn't even it. Is busy. Oh, we did. Okay. Quick little tidy debug. No matter how fast I click, I do not want that pen to wander about. We could even add an 1/8 of a second wait or something. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea too. The pen keeps doing it, we'll add a little bit of a wait. Almost done. Okay. Clicking those notebooks does not feel as good as it should. Catafalque. Okay. No matter how fast you click, the pen is moving, doing much better. The pen is not out of sync with the covers at any time now. Okay, I think we've got it. I think that's better. Okay. Yeah. Boom. When you click a notebook, it checks if pen is moving or a notebook is opening, closing, or registering the action. This means pen position doesn't pop between notebook clicks. Easy peasy. Fixed notebook open close with pen position popping. All right, that's not a bad day's work right there. All right. I've got a few minutes. We could scale the rocket volume with magnitude velocity, right? That's not rocket science. We can do that on stream. Let's do it. Space. Inside of update. If m_rocket sound dot is playing, we get the rocket velocity. I think it's just two floats somewhere. Rocket velocity x and y. rocket max velocity is the magnitude. So, I'm going to magnitude, which I believe is in math. Math.h. Magnitude, yes. Float velocity equals that. Float percent velocity equals velocity over our max velocity. If I remember right, 100 pixels per second. When we clamp, we do so like that. Yeah, that's correct. If percent greater than 1, percent equals 1, it should be. If percent is less than some small number, 125, 1.25, 0.125. So we're just going to clamp it. Then float volume equals sound warehouse get volume of my set file. Can I get the file? I set the file. I don't really. It's fine. We can just do this with sound warehouse asset rocket. We get the volume. Then we say m_rocket sound dot set volume, where volume times our percent volume. So as we speed up, rocket should update its volume while the motor's on. We could do it with time on. I don't know. We'll see what it sounds like. Run it. Okay. So we need the rocket. Oops. Makes it feel a little more dynamic. I don't mind that. I'm fine with that. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. Easy fix. To do anything in here that I want to do, we've got enough time. We're good. We're actually quite good. Get status. Get add. Everything get commit. -m. Rocket sound volume now scales with velocity. Boom, done. Oh, that list is getting shorter and shorter. So, tomorrow tomorrow, last of the bug checks. We may look at that. I don't know. Maybe we won't do this. I don't know. We'll put a question mark. Right now, I don't have enough songs to need this. As those become available, this is art and like boring footwork type things like words and quotes. Yeah, we'll fix the bugs tomorrow. Replay always takes me a little while to debug. It's complicated enough of a system that I don't mind dedicating a day to it. But if we finish early, what will I work on? We'll probably start the image-based version of this as part of this. But most of the optimization should happen next week. We have some clever things we're going to do. Okay, that's it. We're done. Our shell gets this. Yeah, so we're good. We haven't changed anything. Oh, we did change something. What did we do? Oh, we put a question mark. Meh, that's fine. Nothing to do. Okay, that's it. Thanks for joining. We will see you tomorrow where we fix replay for the last time. You have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. You too, Elsai Congaree. You have a good night, too. Bye-bye.